Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Clarity Tarot and Astrology. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys are all doing very well and are excited for a live reading session. Today on the channel, we are doing a live love reading, looking at the energy of your connection today, seeing how your person is currently thinking and feeling about you and how they feel about your connection. And then I will open up for free live readings. So if you're watching this in the recorded version, hello, welcome. You can get a live reading with me. If you open the description box, I have all of the information about how to get a reading with me. Go ahead and sign up at the link or make your donation, and we'll do your reading right here live on the stream. If you are a member of my channel and you have some free monthly readings you'd like to use, you can use them on the stream. Just let me know. And if you're watching in the recorded version or you just prefer private readings or you have a private matter that you don't want to talk about on live, I understand that. And I do offer private readings as well. So do check those out on my website. All right, ladies, let's go ahead and let's get started. Let's see what is going on with your person and seeing how they are thinking and feeling about you today. So most important messages in love, please. How is your person currently thinking and feeling about you? How are they currently thinking and feeling about your connection? What do they want you to know at this time? All right, let's cut the deck here. Alrighty, so in your person's current overall energy towards you today, we have the Seven of Pentacles. Okay, very interesting. Your person right now is a little bit unsure about what the future between the two of you holds. Um, it feels like there are multiple pathways that this connection could go down. It could really be a lot of different things, but it does feel like at this particular time, there kind of is a need to make a decision. Not necessarily that, there needs to be some full blown conversation, but it's almost like you both kind of need to choose silently what you're doing here, or um, kind of make up your minds about what you're doing here. It feels like without making a decision, you kind of are just in this like no man's land where it's like nothing's happening, but at the same time, it's like nothing's really getting better. Like it's not getting worse, but it's not getting better. It's just kind of staying the same. It feels like something needs to happen in order for this to continue. Otherwise, it feels like the connection is sort of just going to start to dwindle, not because it's not a good connection, but because there's just nothing that's being added to it. So let's keep going with this. But it does feel like your person does sort of recognize that you are at a crossing point, and that a decision kind of does need to be made. They're sort of aware of that. So the way that they're thinking at this time, we have the Ace of Pentacles. So, they would like to choose the path and choose the road with you that leads to some type of, tangible material life with you. Okay. Not saying at all that this person is ready to make any type of big move. I don't feel like this person is, ready to be more, let's say, financially responsible for the relationship. I'm not seeing that this person is necessarily looking to like move in or, do any of that right now. But they would sort of like to be on the pathway of going there, right? Again, they kind of want you to both be on the same page in terms of the fact that this is where you both want things to go, or this is where you both see things going. in the long run, in the long term, this person can definitely see you as someone who he has a very serious long-term commitment with, who's a part of his life, who, he's spending, quality time with on a regular basis, that you're spending quality time around your friends and family and, introducing yourselves to each other's friends and family as, boyfriend, girlfriend, or fiance or whatever. Like they definitely can see you as being that particular person. They can see you guys living together, right? They can see you guys, buying a home together, things like that. They definitely can see you doing those types of things. Um, it's just that it feels like they don't know if you're on the same page. And that could just be because, you guys maybe truly aren't on the same page. You guys maybe haven't had, these types of conversations. Maybe you guys haven't really, discussed these types of things with each other. So I feel like what this connection is needing is just clarity from each of you as individuals about exactly what you want, like figuring out, like, as individuals, what do I want? And then bringing that to each other and going, okay, is this what you want? It's not that you guys don't like want more with each other. It's just that it feels like you're both not 100% committed to your own individual path. So it's very hard to like commit to each other and know where this is going. Okay. So the way that they're feeling about you, we have the tower. I feel like you really see this person for who they really are. It's like with you, they can't really wear a mask, they can't really pretend. You see them for exactly who they are, okay? And they really like this about you. They really like the fact that they feel like they can just be themselves with you. They don't have to pretend with you. They don't have to like put on a show with you, okay? And you seem to, accept them for who they are. They really, really like that. But that is also very abnormal for this person. Like the version that you see of them and the version that everyone else sees of them, or the version that they present to everyone else, is very, very different. So it's almost like, you get this entire experience of this person that other people don't get. And this person needs to sort of carry themselves with everybody and in their life the way that they carry themselves with you. It feels like they are very, very comfortable with you and tend to be a little bit more like expressive with you. And that would really benefit if they would do that in the other areas of their life or with the other people around them in their life. I feel like you bring out a side of this person that this person like didn't even know was there, or a side of them that is, something that they're not really super comfortable expressing, right? So it just feels like this person has like more work to do. So that way, all of the layers of them are all kind of speaking the same language and all communicating and saying the same things. It feels like there are many different layers to him, as there are very many different layers to everybody, right? Everyone has very different layers, but it feels like there are very different layers inside of him, and a lot of them are conflicting. Um, there's one part of him that feels one way and acts one way, and then there's another part of him that feels another way and acts another way, and that can change depending on who this person is around, right? When this person is with their family, they may act this particular way. When they're with their friends, they act a different way. When they're with you, they act a different way, right? I feel like this is someone that kind of can be a little bit of a chameleon, or someone that can kind of like shift and mold himself to whatever the situation and circumstances are, which is a good thing. But it also feels like some of that is performative, or some of that is fake, some of that is not really truly him. And that is something that he's needing to explore, is why does he put on these personas and masks for other people? Why is he looking for approval and validation from other people? So it feels like your connection is very eye-opening to him, and it's like he can't run away from you. He can't pretend with you. He has to just be the real version of himself with you. If not, you know. Okay? So you bring a lot out in him emotionally that like surprises him. Now, the way he feels about your connection right now, we have the high priestess. Okay. So he feels like this is a higher level connection. This connection is not about just having fun and, being romantic and doing all that type of stuff. Of course, maybe that is a part of your connection, of course, but he feels like this connection has purpose. This connection has meaning. This connection is making him think about things that he wasn't thinking about before. This connection is making him realize things that he's never realized before. So he kind of feels like there is like a bigger purpose to your connection. There is a bigger purpose to why you're in each other's life, which is also it's still something that he's making sense of, right? But he just feels like you are almost kind of showing him the way forward, so to speak, or you're making his life make more sense, or you're helping him to figure out what path he should be on. Okay. I feel like this is someone that struggles to find their path, or this is someone that struggles to stay on a path. Like I said, they kind of can be a little bit of like a people pleaser, or kind of going along with what everyone else is doing rather than doing what they really want to do. And it feels like your connection gives this person the opportunity to really be who they actually want to be, right? They don't have to kind of like, do whatever they have to do to fit in with their friends, or do whatever they have to do to fit in with their family, or to please their family, right? It's like with you, he can kind of just be the version of himself or the man he wants to be, and not the one that he has to be. Okay. So there's a higher purpose to the connection. Hello, Andrea. Welcome. Good morning. There is a higher purpose to the connection from his point of view. And he almost looks at your connection almost as like a score of how he's doing, right? If things are going well with you, then he feels like, okay, things are going well. I'm doing all the right things. But if things are not going well with you, then he's like, okay, I'm probably doing something wrong. And there's probably something that I need to change. So he's seeing you as someone who is helping him to become a better person. Now, the challenge with him is the 10 of Cups. Right now, he's really struggling with his happiness, right? He's having a difficult time being happy just in general, right? He's having a difficult time being positive, being optimistic. It feels like there's nothing in his life that's really, exciting right now. There's something in his life that he's really, amped up about. There's something in his life that he's really, passionate about. It feels like at this particular moment in time, he's really just going through the motions, or just showing up and doing his responsibilities. So not feeling a lot of pleasure and not feeling a lot of joy. Um, and this is something that he really needs to look at. There may be parts of his life or elements of his life that he doesn't really want to do, but he feels obligated to do. And that's something that he needs to really sit with himself and figure out. And he needs to figure out if, he wants to pursue his happiness, right? If that's a path that he wants to go down, because I feel like if he was pursuing his happiness, then he would be living a completely different life. And that's something that he needs to figure out, because in order for you guys to move forward, you both have to be very set about how you want your individual lives to go, right? You have to be really, really on your paths, and not like trying to take your life in a different direction. The time when you're able to get into a connection is when you decide that this is the path you're going down and you commit to it. It feels like right now he is kind of committed to a path, but he's not really happy with it. And it does feel like he is maybe contemplating making some changes, but then maybe not, because if he makes the changes that he wants to make, it feels like it would be very disruptive to his life, number one, and it feels like it might disappoint other people, or it may kind of put him with odds at people in his life, and that's not necessarily something that he's trying to do. Okay, so I feel like right now he's having to figure out, like, what is he going to do? Is he just going to continue doing what he's doing even though he's not super happy with it? Or is he going to pursue more happiness or make more room for happiness in his life? So this is something that he's kind of having to figure out as his own individual, and he needs to figure this out in order for your connection to continue forward. Okay? So let's go a layer deeper here. Let's clarify these cards. Clarifying the Seven of Pentacles and his overall energy towards you today, we have the Five of Pentacles. Yes, yeah. He feels like it's really important right now to get on the same page with you. In some way, shape, or form, he feels like you guys are on different pages. Okay, he feels like you guys are on different pages about something, and it may not be anything super crazy or dramatic, but he does feel like you guys are on different pages, or you guys are prioritizing different things in your life right now. He does feel a little bit of like distance from you, or he may be, not able to put as much time and energy into this connection as he wants to. But I do have the Justice card at the bottom of the deck. This is something that he wants to resolve. He doesn't want to just stay on different pages with you. He doesn't want your connection to not grow. He doesn't want your connection to become stagnant. Like, he doesn't want those things to happen. But he also recognizes that you are your own person, that you do have your own things going on. And that's something that he needs to also take into account as well, is, what's important to you and what your priorities are. And that's what you do in a relationship. You're constantly trying to compromise and find that middle ground with that other person that allows you both to be who you want to be as individuals, but also contribute to the relationship. So I do feel like he definitely feels like maybe something is slightly off, or he does feel like something is needing to happen, or he's feeling like you're like needing to get on the same page in some particular way. Okay, and he wants to. That's the thing. Like, he's not comfortable with you guys like just perpetually being on different pages, or he's not comfortable with you guys like not aligning. He wants to find alignment with you. Okay, so clarifying the Ace of Pentacles and how he's thinking about you. Five of Swords. Yes, again, he also feels like you guys are thinking very differently, right? Like, he feels like, on multiple levels, you guys are just different right now. But again, he wants to figure out, okay, and he's reasonable, and he understands, okay, maybe we're not going to get on the same page today or tomorrow, right? Maybe we need to be focused on what we're focused on as individuals, or maybe we really do have things going on that don't really allow us to get to this, place of being in agreement and being on the same page. But, he's okay with that. This is someone that definitely is thinking long term here. He wants to see things work out with you long term. And he understands, that there are going to be times where you're not going to be on the same page. And he gets that. But his desire definitely is to get on the same page. His desire is for you guys to see the same future and to be walking in the same direction. So that's just one thing I would say here is, like, even though you guys may be on different pages, there definitely is a desire to be on the same page. So clarifying the Tower and how he feels about you. I have the Empress. He feels like you are like heaven sent, like you are exactly what he needs. Like, I kind of feel with him, it's like he feels like you, like, kind of round him out and make everything just nicer. Like, you just make his life better. Like, he would definitely rather have you in his life than to not have you in his life, because without you in his life, again, he definitely isn't as happy. He doesn't feel as, like, positive and optimistic, and I do feel like he can get a little bit lost, or he can, like, kind of miss the point of things, or not really move with a lot of purpose in his life. When you're in his life, he definitely feels better about himself. He moves with a little bit more purpose. He does better, right? He works harder, he tries harder, he puts in more effort, okay? And so he feels a lot better when you're around. But at the same time, when you're in his life, it makes a lot of things clear to him. He sees things clearer than he typically would. So, this is in multiple ways. He kind of notices how he acts when you're in his life, and then it makes him realize, this is where I have been, slacking. This is where I've, been missing the mark. This is where I've been procrastinating. So you highlight a lot of things to him. You make him realize a lot of things. Or he realizes how happy he is with you, and then it makes him realize how miserable he is with other people. Or he thinks about what he would want the future to be like with you, and then it makes him realize how much he doesn't like his present moment. So as much as he loves you and loves having you around and wants you to be around, it does also bring a lot of truth and reality to him, right? And that happens a lot of the time. Like, when you meet the right person, they make your life make sense. And that's what's happening here with you and this person. It's like you're making his life make sense. And then the things in his life that don't make sense, or the things in his life that he wouldn't want you to be exposed to, then it kind of becomes a problem. And he's like, okay, I don't want to be around these certain people, or I don't want to act like this, or I don't want to do this. I would never want to do this with her in my life. And then he kind of has this, like, battle that he has to face. So it's it's challenging being with you, but it's a good challenge. And that's the thing. That's why he wants you guys to stay on the same page. Is why he wants you guys to um stay in line with each other, because he wants to continue to have this clarity that you bring. All right, so clarifying the high priestess and how he feels about your connection. Okay, I have the Ace of Cups, but it's coming out in reverse. Okay, I'm going to get one clarifier for this, because I can see this going in multiple directions. Please clarify the Ace of Cups in reverse. Okay, I have two cards. I have the Page of Cups and I have the Four of Swords. Okay, so I am feeling right now that there is definitely something that is preventing you and this person from having the level of romance and connection that he would prefer. Number one, with the Page of Cups here, there are a lot of emotions and feelings that he has for you, but he has a difficult time expressing them. He has a difficult time saying them out loud. And that is something that he is aware of, and also something that he knows he needs to work on. He knows that he needs to make it known to you how important you are to him. He knows he needs to make it known how special you are to him. And that's something that he knows he needs to work on. With the Four of Swords, he tends to get in his head. He tends to start over analyzing things, thinking about things, ruminating on things. And, you know, the intention is there. His intentions are good. He has good intentions with you. Um, but he's not perfect. He's definitely not perfect. And there are things that he has to work on. Okay. So I do feel like the biggest barrier and challenge to your connection moving forward right now is just, him needing to kind of make a move, or him needing to set the tone and the direction that he wants things to go, and that requires him to communicate, right? He needs to communicate, but I also feel like it just takes him a lot of time to make sense of his feelings and then to properly communicate them. So that is something that he knows that he needs to work on, but what I will definitely say here is he wants this. He wants this to work. He wants this to happen. Um yeah, but there's just a lot that he is just still working on internally. You may look at this person sometimes and think like they have it all together, or you may think like, um, they're strong or they're confident or whatever. But, and not to say this person isn't in like certain areas of life, but when it comes to you and when it comes to your connection, it's definitely challenging, right? It does bring a level of challenge to it, because it's an arena that he's not super comfortable in. He could be really comfortable in the work sphere, in the um financial sphere, right? Like anything that requires logic or anything like that, he could be really, good at. But relationships require a lot of emotional intelligence and vulnerability and things like this, and it's these qualities that he has a much harder time with, and that he needs to do the work to get better at with, okay? But the intention is good. Okay, clarifying the 10 of Cups and the challenge here, I have the 3 of Pentacles. Yeah. There are other situations, people, circumstances in this person's life. Yep, I have the 3 of Swords as well at the bottom of the deck. There are other people, circumstances, situations in this person's life that make them very unhappy. Very unhappy. Something in his life drains his happiness. Something in his life drains his energy. Something in his life really takes a lot of takes a big emotional toll on him. We'll clarify what this is, but whatever it is that is affecting him absolutely affects your connection as well. Okay, let's clarify what this is. Okay, I have 2 cards that want to come out. I have the 4th house and I have the 8th house. Wow. And I have the 12th house. That's crazy. So the 4th, 8th, and 12th houses, these are your water houses. Okay. So whenever something is occurring in your water houses, you feel this on many different levels, on an emotional level, on a psychological level, on a spiritual level. Okay. So there is definitely something that really affects him in a way that, again, he may not even really be super conscious and aware of it, or it's something that he maybe tries to outwork it, or he tries to just distract himself from it. Okay. With the 4th house coming up, this is his family. Okay. He may have a lot of discontent towards his family. Now, this is a general reading, and there are a million different family scenarios that could be at play here. Okay. But I feel like he is very dissatisfied with some circumstance related to his family, or it could be a particular family member um, that like really disturbs him in some way. Okay. This could be something that's currently happening right now. This could be something that has happened in the past. Could be a combination of both. Okay. But there's definitely some type of family trauma here. There's definitely some type of family wound here with him. However, what I'm getting from this is it's not just, something he can walk away from. It's not just something he can just leave. It's not just something he can just not deal with. It's not that simple. It never is with family. It's typically more complex. Um, and with the eighth house coming out with this, there could be some type of financial dynamic to this as well. Okay. So um, this could involve like family finances, like inheritance. Okay. Um, where he needs to manage the family assets or um yeah, he has to be involved with the family because of some type of assets or inheritance matters. Okay. um I'm getting to there could be some type of family financial issues as well, like maybe a parent who is financially dependent on him or vice versa. Maybe he's financially dependent on the family. Again, there could be family money here, family legacy. Maybe the family has money that he has to kind of, do something to have access to. There's like some type of catch or something. It feels like he can't liberate himself or remove himself from this without some way hurting himself. It feels like even though he may be unhappy with the circumstances, if he leaves, it'll put him in a worse position. So it's like one of those things like damned if you do, damned if you don't. But, if he could have it his way, if he could, do what he wanted to do, I feel like he would, choose to have nothing to do with this. Okay. But it does really affect him on an emotional level, and it really affects him on a psychological level, and it affects him on a spiritual level. Okay, so he's very entangled with something or someone in regards to family, in regards to finances, and it's something that he can't just walk away from. Okay. So for some of you, this could be, a marriage situation where if he leaves and gets divorced, it's going to put him in a bad financial situation. He's going to have to pay child support. He's going to have to pay alimony. He may have his freedom, but, he won't have, financial resources, or they'll be really diminished in some way. Or this could be someone who is in line to inherit something, or in order to have money, they have to stay in good graces with their parents because their parents pay for things. Maybe their parents have a trust or something, a will that they're going to benefit from. So they have to stay in contact with them. So it feels like it's something along those lines. Um, but it feels like whatever it is, it really does affect them on a deep level in some ways that they know, but also in some ways that they don't know. And like I was saying earlier in the video, I do feel like there is a level of people pleasing that this person will tend to do. So they'll act like one way in front of their family, who maybe they have to appease, but then they'll act completely different with their friends or act completely different with you. So it feels like this person can't be their genuine, real self, and that kind of makes relationships and living and building a future with someone very complicated because there are other factors. It's not just this person that has full reign over their life and full control over their life and can just do whatever they want and doesn't have to consider anybody else. I do feel like this person does have to consider other people. There are other people that do play a role in this person's life. Okay. Yeah. And at the bottom of the deck, I do have the second house. So that confirms there is a financial piece to this. Okay. So regardless of how this person feels about you, you need money to survive, right? Like love doesn't pay the bills. And it feels like this person does need whatever resources or finances that are available to them to survive. All right, let's see what this person wants to say to you today. Let's see what they want you to know. Okay, I have 2 cards. I'm starting to understand our connection. Mhm. And I also have I'm afraid to contact you, okay? And, you may be in contact with this person, but they may be afraid to have that deeper type of contact with you, right? To have those deeper conversation, those realer conversations. That's kind of what I'm getting with you, right? To tell you what's really going on. That's what I feel this person is afraid to tell you. Um, like I said earlier, I feel like the purpose of this connection, at least from his side of it, is that you're helping him to figure out what his individual path is. And I feel like that's like something that he has had difficulty up until this point really figuring out without you. So I feel like he wants you to know like how important you are to him, and how much you help him, whether you realize that or not. You may not like literally help him, like tell him what to do, but you kind of help him just by being in his life, just by being in his life, just by your interaction with him, just by your presence, it makes things clear for him. It shows him what he wants from his life, what he doesn't want from his life, how he wants things to go, how he doesn't want things to go. So it is very, very beneficial. Okay. But I do feel like he is more afraid to have those deeper level conversations with you because he doesn't want you to see him as weak or that he doesn't know what to do or that he has this problem or that problem. I feel like to you, he wants to be perceived as strong. He wants to be perceived as knowledgeable. He wants to be perceived as someone who can take care of you. So that's why he maybe doesn't say and express all the things he wants to express to you, though he does, on some level, feel like it would be beneficial. Okay, yeah. The next card out is I wish I could share my good news with you. And underneath the bottom of the deck, I have I love you. So again, there is a lot more he wishes he could communicate to you. There is a lot more he wishes he could say to you. He's not like purposely withholding it from you. He's not like, lying or being deceptive. It's more of like just genuinely not knowing how to say it or not knowing how to bring it up or not knowing how to discuss it. Like that's kind of more what it is. So it feels like that's something that spirit just wants you to understand, right? Like you may have a conversation with him and you think like, okay, that's it. That's all he wants to say to me, but there is a lot more he wants to say to you, but he has to figure out how to express that in his own way, okay? Let's see what spirit wants you to know, how spirit wants you to think about this connection, how spirit wants you to frame this connection at this time. Okay, I have wait. Okay, wait. The timing is not quite right yet. So, yeah, I don't feel like this is the right time to make any big moves. So, this person may feel like your connection is stagnant or that you guys are on different pages, but I don't feel like this is the time to try to change their mind or try to remedy that situation. I think naturally over time, this will all sort itself out. So don't feel any pressure right now to like try to make things better or try to have better communication or understanding or figure out where the path goes. I feel like as time goes on, this will naturally sort itself out. Additionally, we're under Mercury retrograde right now. So there's still a lot that we are gathering from this retrograde period. And then once things start to move direct and we start to integrate our internal lessons and bring them external, that's another time period where this will be a lot easier. Okay. But yeah, just know that right now at this period of time under the Mercury retrograde, there's a lot that this person is trying to figure out about you, about their life, about the connection. And they're just not, they don't have their thoughts completely sussed out yet. There's still things that they're still trying to figure out. There are things that are in progress. Okay. But their intention here definitely is to make something happen with you. Okay, that is very clear. And bottom of the deck, I have trust. Okay, so it's safe to trust the situation, and I do feel like it's safe to trust this person. But I also feel there's a need to trust divine timing as well. Okay, let's see what else. Okay, we also have healing. The card says old wounds and childhood issues need revisiting. Yes, I definitely feel like there is a very, very, very big family wound that this person is dealing with. Okay. Um, and I feel like it could be so deep that they don't even recognize and realize that it's there and that it's affecting them and it's affecting the decisions and choices that they're making in their life. Okay. So I do feel like there is a level of consciousness here with this person. Like they know they might be unhappy with something or they maybe know they dislike something, but they don't realize what's really going on behind the scenes and how that's really affecting them and how it's affecting the way that they're showing up. And it feels like it's only because of your connection that this person is realizing, hey, this is actually a problem. Because when this person thinks about moving forward with you, that requires them to have a level of personal freedom. And that would require them to break away from their current situation or scenario in some way. And that's going to be really difficult. Not because this person, can't just leave, but because there is a psychological attachment in a way to what they're connected to. It's a lot deeper than just, okay, well, just walk away from it. If you're unhappy with that or you're unhappy with this, just leave it, walk away. There is a psychological attachment, there's a comfort, right? Like, even when you're in a toxic or traumatizing situation, it is familiar. And I do feel like even though his situation may not be the best or the healthiest, it is familiar, it is comfortable, and leaving can be a lot harder than staying. So just understand that as well. But at the bottom of the deck, I have decision. This person sort of needs to decide though, right? Because again, they need to know what they're doing so that way you know what you are doing, okay? What you as a couple are doing. If they're going to disconnect from their situation and blow their life up for a little bit, then you need to be aware of that so you understand. But if they're just going to keep doing what they're doing, then it's going to be a little bit easier to figure out how you guys are going to proceed forward, or if it's even going to be possible to proceed forward. Because for some of you, I do feel like this person does need to leave their situation for you guys to move forward, especially if this person is married, especially if this person is living with an ex, especially if this person is, very tied up in a past situation of some sort. Obviously, they're going to have to leave that in order for you guys to come together. But like I said, for some of you, it's easier for the person to stay. So you need to know if this person's staying, then they're staying. And then you can make your decision of what you're going to do based upon that information. But I don't even feel at this particular moment in time this person has made that decision. Okay. Again, we are in a Mercury retrograde and it's in the sign of Cancer, which deals with family. So this could be a time where this person is making some big decisions about their family or their place of living and making decisions like that. So like the first card said, wait till the timing's not quite right yet. Give this person a little bit more time to suss things out and to figure things out and come to some of these conclusions that they need to come to on their own. Okay, so we then have soulmate. So regardless of how this pans out or what happens, this is your soulmate, right? This is your soulmate. Bottom of the deck, I have go slow. There's no rush here. There's really no rush here. And let me explain why there's no rush with this particular person. There's nothing that you're gonna be able to do or say that's gonna change this person's scenario. They need to go through their healing process, go through their healing journey, no matter how long it's gonna take, okay? And healing is a slow process, right? Healing is not a quick and fast process, it's a slow process. And so I do feel like there is a need to understand that two things can be true at the same time. This person can be your soulmate, and they can also be in another situation that they're not ready to leave, okay? Because it's not just about leaving. It's deeper than that. They have to become a different person. They have to have a different identity. Right now, this person identifies with their current circumstances. So they may hate their job, but it is a part of their identity. They may hate, their family situation or hate their current marriage or whatever it is, but it is a part of their identity. So in order for them to leave that situation, in order for them to move forward with you, they have to take on a whole new identity, right? So that takes time because first you have to kill your old identity and then build up your new identity. And that's going to take a long time. That's going to take a long time. So there is a need to know that this is a time thing, right? This is definitely a time thing. And there's no need to rush this. And this is something that you have to, think about for the long run and the long term, like how invested you are into this. Okay. All right, let's grab a couple more oracles from the Romance Angels to close this out, and then I will open up for live readings. All right, so we have heart-to-heart conversations. Yes, I do feel like that would be very, very helpful at this time to have some more clarifying conversations that kind of, get to the root of things that are deeper and less surface level. It can really help you guys to understand each other in a better way. Okay. Um, However, I do want to say that your levels of openness could be very, very different, right? Like how open your heart is and how open his heart is to discuss could be very, very different levels of open. But it is very necessary in order for you guys to start operating on the same page. And that may take time. Again, getting to the point where you can have these heart to heart conversations, that may take time. And that's okay because there's no rush here. This person is not ready to give up their current identity. I'll tell you that much right now. No matter how much they hem and haw and they complain, they're not ready to give up their old identity. They're not ready to leave their comfort zone. They're not ready to progress. Okay, I also have this could be the one. And I do feel that in time, right? In time, as this person does grow and evolve and take on new identities, that the next version of them, the next iteration of them could very well be the person that they need to be what you need. Okay. So the card says this could be the one. Okay. Not this is the one. This could be the one because it's contingent upon this person growing and taking on the identity of being your person. Okay. What it takes to be your person, your boyfriend, your fiance, your spouse, what it takes for them to be that person, that version of themselves is very, very different than who they are today. They are currently not yet the person who you need at this particular stage in your life. But around the corner, right, in the next several months, if this person chooses to align with that, then yeah, they really could be that one there. So there is a lot of potential here. You just always want to be careful with potential because, potential really means nothing if the person doesn't live up to it. A lot of people have potential to do many things and never do it. But I feel like if this person was to do the work and was to make that identity shift, they could be someone really, really great for you. And you probably sense that. All right, let's see what else. I have calling in your soulmate. Okay, so what to do next? Like, what do you do with this information? Wow. I even have this is a completely different deck, but at the bottom of the deck, I have healing family issues. So, what you want to do at this particular point in time is you want to pray for them that they will heal their own family issues, that they will become conscious and aware of the problems that they are experiencing or have experienced in the past and accept them and make peace with them and heal and move forward because that is the only hope that you have for your connection with this person advancing and growing. As long as they continue to live in this old identity, as long as they continue to hold on to these old family issues or make decisions based upon past trauma and past fear, as long as they stay in that level of themselves, they will never be what you want. So, but at the same time, you have no control over whether or not this person does this. You cannot tell them, hey, your mom's toxic, your mom treats you bad, or your dad was a piece of crap, right? You cannot tell them that. The only way that he's going to understand that is if that insight comes from inside of him. If it's innate inside of him and he feels that and he resonates with that, that's the only time that that will make sense. So what you wanna do is pray for him and pray to God that God would show him, would help him, would heal him, and let it go, right? You give it to God and you let it go. Because beyond that, you cannot change him. You cannot change him. You cannot make him into the person you want to make him. You have to accept him for who he is right now, okay? And just honestly watch his journey. Honestly watch, does he change? Does he grow? Does he evolve? Or does he get worse? And is he not, respecting you or not growing with you? You have to make those honest judgments over time. But the core problem with him is that he does have some emotional, psychological, or spiritual issue that he either is conscious of or not conscious of that is completely determining the ability for your connection to advance and progress. It's not because you're not pretty enough or you're not attractive enough or he doesn't have enough money or da 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 da. It's none of that. There is something wrong with him on a deep psychological, spiritual level. And it's not until he becomes honest, aware, and honest with himself about that, that things can progress forward with you. Okay. So all you can do at this time is pray for him, right? Pray for him, wish well for him, hope the best for him, and then have faith in God and the process in divine timing that if this really is your person, if this really is your boyfriend, your fiance, your spouse, your husband, that this will come together in due time. Okay? All right, so that's what I have for you today. I hope that was helpful. I hope that gave you lots of clarity, lots of insight, and lots of guidance. I will now open up for live personal readings. So if you are watching this in the live version, hello, welcome. Thank you for being here. Do give this stream a thumbs up. I really appreciate it. There is all the information that you need about how to get a reading in the description box, so do check that out. So far, I have Alexandria and Clinda that have signed up, so you both can drop your questions. Alrighty, so for Clinda, she asked, how will I meet my next long-term partner? How will Clinda meet her next long-term partner? Okay, so I have the High Priestess here. So you will meet your next long-term partner when you are fully committed to your divine path. Okay. So I don't know if you actually know your path or not. If you're working on getting your path, I don't really know. But when you are fully committed to your path and you're fully on your path and you're doing your divine work and your divine service, that's when you'll meet your next long-term partner. Okay. So hopefully that is helpful for you. And if you need help determining what your path is, or if you want to look deeper at your astrology to figure out who this person is, when they're coming, the time frames, and all that information, then I'd be happy to do astrology with you. For Alexandria, message from your person, Carlos. Message from Carlos. I have two that are coming out. I will wait for a sign from you, and I'm grateful for the spiritual lesson. Okay, so it feels like there's a lot going on internally with Carlos. Just like I was talking about in the general reading, there's a lot that's going on internally with him. There's a lot that he's sussing out and figuring out for himself that he likely is not saying to you, not expressing to you. But just because he's not saying or expressing it doesn't mean it's not happening. Okay. I do feel like he is very grateful for the role that you play in his life, whether you kind of were like a guide or a teacher or a supporter. He is very grateful for what you do for him, even if he doesn't say it out loud. Okay. So I do feel like he just has a lot more he wants to say. But yes, at the bottom of the deck, I have I am unavailable. Okay. So he is emotionally unavailable at this particular moment in time. He is saving all of his emotional energy for himself. He is using it to process what he needs to process or to deal with other things in his life at this particular moment in time. So he's just not available to you. He's not ready to say anything to you. He's not ready to express himself to you. Okay. Like I said, I would probably just wait until after the Mercury retrograde is over. I would kind of wait to see how he acts next month in August. I wouldn't really expect a lot from him in the month of July. Okay. So he's just sort of following your lead. You know, he's kind of following how you're acting. If you are open to him, then he's like, okay, I understand where she's at. If you're closed off, he's like, okay, I see she doesn't want anything to do with me. So he's just kind of following your lead. He's not really directing the connection forward. He's not really taking any meaningful steps forward. Okay, he is more concerned right now about him and how he feels and his personal emotional state. That is his number one concern right now. That's where he's really at right now. Okay. So you kind of just have to let him be him. And again, just pray for him, Pray that he figures out whatever he needs to figure out. Pray that he, gets through whatever he's personally going through. But it is a personal experience for him. Okay. Just because you're in a relationship with him doesn't mean he has to tell you everything, that you go through the exact same thing. Sometimes your partner needs to pull away. They need space, they need time, they need something, they need to understand it for themselves. So I feel like he's just kind of in that stage right now where there's something he just needs to understand for himself. Okay. So give him that space, pray for him, and focus on yourself. All right. Hopefully that is helpful for you. You are very welcome. Hello, hello. All right, so most important messages for Sarah, please. Who is coming towards Sarah in love at this time? Who is coming towards Sarah at this time in love? What can she expect in love? All right, so I have the Eight of Pentacles. Okay, so I don't feel like there's anyone that's currently coming in right now. I have the Eight of Pentacles popping out, and I also have the Judgment at the bottom of the deck. Yeah. So there's no one that's currently working their way towards you, which kind of is a good thing. Like, hear me out, kind of is a good thing, because when someone is coming towards you, it means there's something that you need to learn. And so it feels like there's nothing that you currently need to learn in love right now. There's nothing that you need to like karmically work out with anybody, which again, kind of a good thing. Like, that's kind of a good thing. With the Eight of Pentacles, the universe is wanting you to focus on the structure of your life, the stability of your life, your finances, your career. This is really more important in terms of love, right? Like, your next person could be your forever person. Your next person could be your marriage partner, but that marriage is going to require a certain level of structure. That marriage requires a certain level of consistency and certainty, right? Like, to build something with someone requires you both to show up very strong, very consistently, so that way you both trust each other, you both can rely on each other. And that's kind of what the universe is saying right now. Like, there's really nothing that is stopping you from having that like big love, that big relationship, that long-term love, that long-term relationship. There's really nothing that you need to learn at this particular moment in time, which is, that's, you should congratulate yourself for that. So it's really more about being ready for the connection on an eighth house level, right? So you're out of Jupiter in the seventh house, which is like, relating and finding the middle ground between each other and being diplomatic. Eighth house is now, okay, how are we going to spend our money? Who's going to make the money? Who's going to be the breadwinner? Who's going to be the supporter? How are we going to invest our money? Right? Like, obviously, love is not going to pay the bills. You know what I mean? Like, in order for you to have like a real relationship, this person is going to have to be coming with some money, and you also are going to have to come with some money as well, right? Like, be in a position where you could buy a house, be in a position where you could make some big long-term purchases and decisions, like, that's really the only thing that is stopping you, because you can have, as have seen, you can have love with anyone. You can talk to anybody, right? You can virtually get along with really anybody, right? But to have that relationship, like your parents have, for example, or your grandparents had, for example, the difference between, their relationship and, yours right now is there was some hardcore commitment, right? That was happening there. There were some, big bonds and big promises that were happening there. And that is the only thing that you need to be ready for right now, is to make a big commitment to someone, to make a permanent commitment to someone, to be emotionally vulnerable to someone, to be financially vulnerable with someone. That's really it. So I would just really think about, what is it, what type of dynamic do you want? What type of relationship do you want, and how can you start to become that version of yourself to live in that particular way? And what is it that you need this person to contribute to your life on a financial level, on a real level. Like, what is it that you really need from them? And from there, you'll find the person, right? So yeah, I think this is a very, very good thing. Very, very good thing. You said that's true. Yeah, I feel like I've learned most of everything, and I don't know what was going on when I was thinking about B last week, but I'm already over it. Mercury retrograde. Mercury retrograde. That's it. When you're in a Mercury retrograde, you start thinking differently. This is just true. This is why I say don't believe what you think at this time. Don't get too caught up in what you're thinking because it's gonna change. um, you said yes. I've been working on myself and made plans for the next 6 months. Not gonna lie, a little bored. Want to be taken out on a date. Well, then just ask someone to take you on a date. Just ask someone, but I wouldn't, if you want to have, right, it's like what we talked about in like the private reading that we did together. It's like there's a difference between all different levels of love. There's fifth house love, there's sixth house love, there's seventh house love, and there's eighth house love. But going on a date is fifth house love. You can have fifth house love all day long, right? But fifth house love doesn't become sixth house love unless there's some real tangible, something tangible that's actually bringing you guys together. Sixth house love doesn't become seventh house love unless you guys actually are on the same page, right? And seventh house love doesn't become eighth house love until you're ready to make serious commitments together. So if you want to have fifth house love and go on dates, go on dates, but don't, just don't think like, oh yeah, this could be the one. Likely the seventh house love that you probably want is going to come in as seventh house love. Eighth house love will come in as eighth house love. It will start off very, very serious. It will start off very, very committed. It's not just going to be this thing, at this particular point in your life, it's not going to be, oh, we met at a carnival and, we rode the Ferris wheel together. It's not going to be a fifth house story, right? So it's like, if you want to have a fifth house story, then just have your fifth house experiences, but then just know it's probably not going to be a sixth house, seventh house, eighth house experience, right? Fifth house love is fun. Sixth house love is boring. Seventh house love is boring. Eighth house love is boring, right? Like real commitment is boring because it's the same thing every single day in and day out. And long-term progress that you and your partner make takes a long time, right? Think about anything you want to do with your life. It probably takes at least 6 months to see results. It's the same thing in your connection. You and your partner say, oh, we're going to work on this together. You probably won't see results for 6 months, 1 year, and that's if you're really, really on it and committed, but the process is boring. Love is when you're in a committed relationship, it is boring. That's why people get stir crazy and, look for other people and cheat and stuff because it's boring, you know? So when you're really on the right path, it is boring. It is boring. And you want to live fun, fine, but then and you just take it as fun. So it doesn't have to be like black and white. It doesn't have to be like, oh, if I'm doing this and I'm on this and I can't have any fun, like, yeah, you can have fun, but you just know that it's fun. All right, so good luck to you. Go have a date. If you want to go on a date, go on a date and just enjoy yourself. So good luck. Have a good day.